Simmons, good morning. All right, sweet. She's always good for a little pregame pep talk. Bobby, good morning. I'm just listening to Black Box talk about Dick's earnings, and their jokes are it's and this is every quarter. Every time Dick's reports. Whaler, good morning. PB, good morning. Whaler, good morning. Simmons, nice graphic there. Twilio across the big support I have. when I So I'm still looking at, here on the daily, this last time it rejected this 34 on the daily, and this time we made it through it, but just barely, but sitting on top of it right now. I mean, I get it. I don't like the way it pulled back either. That daily candle sucks. I would have liked to see it continue. But, I want to see what Palo's going to do this morning. And Nutanix and Dix. See what this thing's gonna do. I think I heard their earnings were pretty good. V8817. What else we got? We'll drop on Splunk. PNW 226. Yankee, good morning. Good morning. PNW continuing down at the moment. Kind of like this pullback on Nutanix. They did have good earnings. Dollar Tree. Just a minute. I mean, their earnings are. Did they already report? Because Dollar Tree is tanking because their earnings really missed the mark. It's 120 down to 95. I mean, you would want this to hold the support. That's not to say that it will. But if you were, long on Dollar Tree, you can see this weekly chart here. I mean, it could still drop a little more. I don't know that. I mean, I don't know how bad they missed, but I would think, maybe there's still some room, but I don't know. I'm not going to just jump into it because it's down. How bad were their earnings? And Roku. BA looking like upside this morning. All right, Nutanix looks pretty good. See if we can get above that opening. Red Devil, good morning. $57 calls in BMY out to December 20th. $57s. Microsoft. What is going on with Microsoft this morning? Almost 152? Wow. All right, Pan W. Nice, Anki. I know you've been eyeing that one. ZM finally over 75. I'm in DKS at the moment, and Pan W. But Pan W, I'm playing commons. Actually pick up. Let's see. Anki, just in commons, I picked some up at like 224.90, but I don't know if today's the day, but I'll be eyeing Pan W. I had support right around 230, longer term. And if that doesn't hold, if this area in here doesn't hold, I could definitely see some more downside. But I think this is overdone a little bit. They're still the market leader in what they do. They guided down a little bit, but my understanding is that a lot of that had to do with the acquisition. They've made like 8 acquisitions in the last year and a half or 2 years or something, and they just made another one. So I think that has something to do with their numbers, because they're still the best full stack security solution. So to me, it seems like maybe a $30 drop or 20 some dollar drop may have been a little too much, or maybe I'm just a little biased, which is why I'm playing commons and not options. So if it does go the other way, I can get out pretty quick. Vazu, good morning. ZM 7550. Beautiful. Bobby, I have one Dick's contract left. I'm in PNW Commons. I have some HD that I got into yesterday. Let's see. I've still got that piece of shit Twilio left. Not very much in that one. Still holding WWE. I'm going to go back and take a look at that one today. That's out to January, though. Still have that SMPL, Simply Foods. That's out to February. NTLA out to January. Probably get out of that one today. It's up about 87%. Bunch of long-term AbbVie. EHTH out to December. Those are up about 60-some%. I might look to get out of those. And I'm looking to pick up potentially BMY. There's a bunch of flow today on the 57 calls out to December 20th. Looks like ATVI is moving to the upside. No? The 55 calls it I have are green. And they weren't yesterday. And I got a couple others. Well, yeah, I've got the ATVI. I bought the 55 calls to February and sold the 60s. RH is over 200. Bobby, so the 55s, hold on, I'll tell you. 55s, I paid 277, and the 60s I sold at 114. to go look at Visa. I know some people played it already. But yeah, I have to go look at the chart. I mean, you're kind of chasing. Sand dollars, what makes you think that? Out of curiosity. Certainly not saying it's not good. I just wondering if you see something that. All right, what's up with ZS? They're getting a pop on those PNW earnings or what? Okay, gotcha. I am in this ZS in the 51s, but I got those yesterday. So I just posted a play in the mod room, in my mod room on Black Box. Anybody that's in Black Box, you can see that. Yeah. Give me just a second. Yeah, that is 12/20/57 call. Yeah, that's correct. December 20th, 57 call. I'm showing 94 cents on the bid. Are you showing something different? No, you're looking at the wrong ticker. BMY is at 56.33. No problem. Bobby, you're showing 160? I'm showing 56. And I'm just following flow on this one, Simmons. So, play it the way that you play it. It's nothing more than that. There was a bunch of flow. Hmm. CCAN, is anyone else online where here or streaming? I'm the only one that streams from Blackbox. Yeah, I'm the only one that's doing the screen sharing. Um, there are, I think, yeah, there's usually some people that are streaming on Blackbox that share charts and stuff like that. I did not. You're talking about on the Black Box platform. I I don't really use that much, to be honest, because I can't share drawings or anything like that. They're working on all that, but that's why I do it here on Twitch. Yeah, I see it. So you can. That's this chart up here in the upper right. Yes. So much FOMO until it decides to drop back down to like 120. Um, so I don't chase Roku. Just had another BMY call sweep come in. That was this one right here, 18K. Big resistance 160.70 on Roku. Yeah, maybe. I mean, I see the bottoms of these candles here on the daily right about where you're talking. We'll see. Yeah, Roku can be crazy, for sure. And you're not, I'm sure you're not the only one that's lost a lot of money playing Roku. I know it can make some big swings. So you can, yeah. What do you want to know? Did I already spam you with this? CCAN, let me know what you know, if there's anything specific, or do you want me to just kind of go through the basics? So Facebook on the 15 minute, I got it below the 34. Kind of right at the 34. The body of the candle above the 34 in the 30 minute. Kind of double bottom here today, 198.70 something ish. I show low day 189 or 198.59, but you can see this support here, double bottom. You know, it doesn't look half bad. It's through the 34, through VWAP, coming up on the 200 here on the 1 minute. Let it get above this 199.70 and maybe, you know, ideally above 200, but that's kind of what I'd be looking at. But 213 was the top of the open. Let's see. Yeah, $200.15 is high day. So right now, this is the channel that you're in, 198.74 to 199.66. You got to see it break, you know, break that either direction to get a move. So you can commons, but I don't really know anybody that trades with TradingView. I actually have a TradeStation account linked to TradingView for trading, but I haven't used it. It's primarily for trading. Red Devil, no problem. And PNW just keeps drifting down. Netflix downside. Yup. don't know. I kind of like Netflix here through this resistance. It doesn't look half bad. 310.66. The only thing is you've got, kind of seeing this, sort of a parallel channel that looks like that. And kind of at the top of that, near it, let's go BMY. So I think if you can get Netflix down here near the bottom of this channel and at support, that would be a pretty good entry. You know, if it kind of pulls back and you target, you know, somewhere in here, would not be bad for a place to give it a shot. Simmons, I don't think so. I mean, there was the Celgene buyout, right? Again, I'm not playing, like, I was just following the flow on this. Kind of down here, double bottom, support 55.99-ish. Look at this on the daily. Pulled right back and bounced right here on the 34. All right, an HD breaking below the 34. Yeah, I played a little Ulta yesterday. I haven't touched it today. Roku's just cranking 162. $235. Coming right up to the 200 here on the 15-minute, which I have at 236.67. Above VWAP. Doesn't look bad. Let's see what Roku's going to do. This was resistance yesterday before it pulled back about $4. Let's see if Roku is going to keep going or if it's... What's crazy is that the 160 puts, which are $2 out of the money, are still $2. You got puts in Roku? I don't blame you. I was just looking at something with a little time on them. I just wonder, like the holiday season, going through Christmas. I just don't see anything I love that I'm willing to take the risk on. Ooh, look at that pop on HD. Very nice. I have the next week's 220s. Hey Tech, check your DMs when you get a sec. Yeah, Bobby, I'm in next week's 220 calls, but I just sold a couple. Um, I took a little profit here just in case this pop doesn't hold. I'm still holding some. Tech is in something longer date. Like he's out to March on his play. If that helps. Like he played something way longer out. Netflix definitely interesting right here. That's actually a conversation that we're having here in Discord in chat is we were comparing like the strike and expiration that he bought to what I bought, just to kind of see how they move, you know, on this move. I mean, this has kind of been. I'm just looking at Netflix here to see what it's going to do next, but this is, you know, it entered this channel here on at the end of September. Third of October. Out of Roku puts. Yeah, it's in an interesting spot too. I mean, that's the thing with Roku, right? You can get in puts and it could kind of go sideways, you know, back up here 163, 164. That's why I was looking for something kind of longer dated, but I didn't see anything that I liked, you know, the risk on it. Yeah. Yep. Man, DKS has just been awesome today. Yep. It sure can, Easy Rider. That's why I'm not doing anything with it at the moment. Roku 163. PB, so I'm kind of picking up commons, but I also have puts right now until we get this, until it turns around. So I'm just, I mean, I'm not doing anything at this point, worth talking about, because right now it's not showing any signs of You know, this is not, it's just continued to go down, go down, go down. But I'm seeing like potential support around 218. And I was kind of eyeing this. Rocky, I totally agree with you. And they are still the leader in this space. You know, there's yeah, I've got. I mean, I'm watching it. I've started picking up commons, but I also have puts for today. Um, but let me show you kind of what I'm looking at. But yeah, I think the acquisition they've made like 8 acquisitions I think in the last like year and a half, something like that, and they just made another one that was just done like within the last month I think. Um, but there's a lot of grumblings about like their endpoint protection, but that's not what they do. That's not what they're known for. And in the enterprise security space, they have the most complete full stack solution for on-premise and cloud, and managing those environments as one. So I still really like them, and they're killing it out there. I'd like to see 216. I don't know that it'll make it that far, but so that's kind of interesting. This drop here, 22067 is a 382 extension, which is what that was the low today. Namish also interesting that if you draw a fib from October 1st, kind of to the high, 22067 is the 382. Yeah, the low a day is also 382 fib. So PB, right now, I'm watching this 382 at 220.67 to see if this area is gonna hold. See if we get a retest here. Let's go BMY. It needs to come through and break that 56.68. Bobby, I'm not short at the moment. I'm looking longer term long here, but I want to. It's got to find. I got to see where it's going to establish support. I think 216 to 218 I think is possible. But let's see if this 382 fib, if that holds. So that's what I'm looking at right now. You got to see, I'll wait at least until it gets over the 34. It hasn't been able to do that yet. So, that's kind of, I want to see if this holds its support down here. I want to see it get through the 34. BMY rejected that same spot again. Whaler Kern is halted. Why is Kern halted? Is it a news halt or? Came up on the box. Ooh, it jumped to $8 before that halt. Come on, Kern. What is... Oh, volatility halt. Okay, so it's not like news, but volatility halt. So it was just brought to my attention. Anyone that heard me talking about Kern the other day, they just had a volatility halt. Yeah. And anybody that followed that BMY, if you look just above, I posted kind of what we're dealing with on the chart, 30-minute daily, and how that it, relates to where we're at on the 1-minute chart. Denny, double top on the 1-minute. I think it's at an interesting spot here on the 30-minute chart for, potential breakout. I don't like this trend line ish. Kind of looks like that. So we got to get through that. If you look at the 1-minute, it looks like we're on the other side of it. But that's kind of what it's messing with right now. Let's look at, if we draw fibs here, impulse low, kind of up here to the high. And it doesn't really... Roku high day again. So you can see, all right, we can kind of see that it's been bouncing right there at 786, which is down at, was that 55.94. That has been support a couple times. Yeah, I still like it at the moment. We'll see. And Roku, 160, almost 164. Okay, what is up here though? What's going on with this thing? They did have news a couple hours ago, 3 hours ago, but that didn't seem to have much of an effect. I just brought it up because it was halted. I did talk about it. I've talked about it a few times over the last couple weeks, but yeah, I mean, I see a headline from a couple hours ago. That doesn't seem to be what's moving it, right now. But yeah, it's definitely getting some action. I wonder if there isn't another headline out. I need to go look. Yeah. Abraham, that was Kern, Kern. And I'm in it, but honestly, it didn't have anything to do with, the fact that it was that it was low float. I was in it smaller position longer term, but yeah, I see that, Bobby. Yeah, so the reason I got in it, what's interesting to me is that they're trying to be like the SAP of the cannabis industry. They're, there's a few folks here in Colorado that I know that are in this industry. They, manage operations for some of the larger dispensaries, and uh, there's been an outstanding problem with having the right system to track seed to sale and track inventory and things like that. Like, it's my understanding is that for the most part they're using hacked together systems that were designed for other industries, and Kern stepped up and said, this is what we're going to do. We're going to be that platform, for the cannabis industry. And then a few weeks ago they basically said they could adapt their system very easily to uh, the vape industry and e-juice, e-liquids and that sort of thing, because they're like the tracking on manufacturing and inventory and all that stuff in that industry, I guess, isn't all that great either. So I was just looking at it going, okay, well, they're in the age of of weed, of pot, they're looking to be on the side of it that I would want to be, which is IT and systems and software. So that's what piqued my interest. No problem. And for anyone looking at this thing, just know, like, if you go back and look at the history, it definitely has the ability to both run and drop very fast. So be really careful. I would not. Both. Both. And if you look, and I was talking about this the other day, if you look back that day that it popped, I played it that day it popped up to like $70 and took that big drop. Understand that that big drop wasn't necessarily because they did something shady or wrong. It was more because it's a low float and it got run up. And of course it was going to drop the way that it did. So just be careful with it. I wouldn't, I'm not suggesting anyone chase it or buy it or anything else up here. Yeah, it's definitely going to take some. It's going to take a push to get through that. All right, now Palo broke this 220.67. See if we can get it down here. Closer to like 216. Maybe start looking at 218. Trump says in final throes on reaching trade deal with China. Bobby, they had earnings last night. That's why it's down. There's a bunch of volume that came in, but now it's kind of drying up. And AbbVie, I hear, is popping. Ooh, it is popping. 87.72. Now up here, back at resistance. Right in there. No, no, no. That was from yesterday. Those 87 calls. Yeah, yeah, that's because I sold some. Yep, no problem. Well, I put in a stop, so I was just letting people know. Yeah. What's up, Vazu? Yeah, give me a minute. I'm in a couple plays. I want to see if this can continue on AppV. Looks like it wants to. We'll see. There's the pop on AbbVie. BMY pop pulling back. Let's see if this can hold. Maybe the 34 as support. Ideally. So you see this drop on SPY here. Again, not a pop on UVXY, but did get that drop on SPY, which translates to, a red candle. On a bunch of other tickers, BMY, what's it doing? Yep, bounced off the 34. Let's see if we can get some continuation there. Let's go PanW. Nope, Denny, I'm gonna sit right here and I'll be doing exactly this in 2020. CCAN, I'm not charging for this. The plays that I post in Black Box. That's where the majority of them will go. Every now and then I call something out here, but I work for Black Box, so what I'm doing here on Twitch is really just to help people out and kind of talk about what we're seeing. You've got the capability to subscribe here on Twitch if you want to. Certainly not a requirement. It helps me, but not necessary. And if you have Amazon Prime, you can subscribe with Twitch Prime for free. But yeah, this isn't something that is an additional cost or anything like that. Yep. that's awesome, Can. And yes, um, myself, Teresa, Maria, Melstone, Kang, Tech, uh, we're paid by Black Box. And if you have others, anyone else that you know that is interested in the platform, send them to me because we get paid for that. And I agree. I've been with Black Box, gosh, pretty much since they started. Um, and it's the people there are awesome. I've learned a ton from the mods there. Although I think when I started, there wasn't mods when I started. Like that wasn't even a thing. We had, kind of voluntary roles. Simmons, I was doing a lot of low float stocks, and there was somebody that I was following a lot of plays and things like that. Um, that was doing those, and I think somebody had posted on StockTwits a long time ago about the Black Box platform. I think that's kind of how I came across it, and I started looking into it. And at the time, they were focused on that kind of stuff. Most of the alerts were built around that stuff. And so I signed up for it. And there was no Discord or anything like that. We were doing conference calls. We started doing conference calls around earnings. Um, and I said, man, we really need to have a better way for everybody to chat. And so I set up the Discord server, and it's just kind of like, the platform has certainly grown. Uh, I shifted from trading that kind of stuff to primarily trading options a few years ago. And, the platform is extremely powerful for the option side. Um, and then, with Discord being adopted the way that it has, then they kind of set up, like created that moderator position, and it's just kind of grown from there. But yeah, when I started with them, that didn't exist. I think Teresa had just started trading. Um, and, you know, I think most of the others were, like the other mods were around, but yeah, there wasn't. We were all, I think, learning from Maria and Charlie at the time. So Pandem, you got that little pop and then pulled back. Yes, she is. Yes, she is. When is BB going? They're already public, Simmons. Yeah, Simmons, that's what I'm talking about. They're public. Um, PB. Yeah, I mean it was a lot of time. Like anytime they do a webinar or a conference call or something like that, I would be on it. And I still try to make them because I still pull things out of them. Um, but yeah, it was just a lot of time listening and seeing what they do and staring at charts. All right, so let's see. What was the chart that VMW Vazu? Now that it looks like things are kind of slowing down. Let's see, yeah, okay. VMware is interesting. This is another one that I struggle with a little bit because of what they do. And listen, I was I was using VMware when it was in beta, and I was a huge fan of it. But to me, long term, I get the sense that you don't really need it anymore. Like, why do I need VMware? It's not nearly as exciting as it used to be. Well, and Kubernetes is totally different. VMware is VMs and Kubernetes is containers, right? So, the other thing with VMware is, that's you're managing on premise, and I know that they have cloud integration, but you're still managing the VMware infrastructure, and I just feel like it's something that is not going to be needed, over the long haul. Even with, deploying VMs and the need for certain things to still be on VMs, I don't see the long-term need for VMware, especially with, Hyper-V has really caught up in terms of capability, and it's free. Like if you have Windows Server and you have the right licensing, it's like when I was at Microsoft, that was my pitch. Like, why are you still paying for your VMware ELA if you don't need it anymore? So I don't know. It's a tough one for me because I feel the same way that I do about on-premise infrastructure hardware. Yeah. Everything that focuses on premise for me has a shelf life at this point. I don't know how long that is, but you know. Yeah, no problem, Vazu. I mean, you still play it. I just tend to, I don't know, like the net apps and even HP and Dell and I just kind of look at those and go, yeah, it's not really that exciting anymore. Um, so I don't mess with them too often. I mean, that said, looking at the chart, you can see where this has been resistance, where it's been support, pretty close to where it's at right now. So you can still certainly play the chart. I don't think it's going away tomorrow. No problem. Nice. Right on. Mr. Heisenberg, welcome. It's a new name I haven't seen before. Thanks for joining. Hi. I don't know if I had the correct number of I's and L's in there, but hi. All right, Roku. Kind of double bottom down here around this 162. What is that? 162, 89, 84, something like that. See if it breaks through that. Also happens to be the 786 extension. I don't work on Wall Street, and it's not a hobby. This is what I do. Hi, 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 Tourette. Thank you. Just started it a couple weeks ago, the stream. I think the end of this week, it'll be about a month. What's my ROI like? That's a interesting question. Guess you could ask the others that have been here that are watching, what our win rate looks like. There's a nice pop. Keep going. Keep going. Get over that 88. I'll just call him. I'll just refer to you as Lil. Ill. We'll go with that. Ill. Like to stay above that 88. Thanks, Anki. Look at this pop. Yeah, I mean it. I've been doing this for 9 years, or 8 years. So not super specific. Yeah, I took profits on some of that, and I haven't gone back to look at it. I mean, at the moment, I'm still in. It's a nice move that it made. Yeah, I mean, it's up about 60% right now. You work full time in the army, do this part time whenever days off, trade with 10K. If I make 250 to 400 a day, so you can. That's not bad for anyone. And thanks for your service. I was in the Air Force for 4 years, but that was a long time ago. BMY, what are you going to do here? Latest phone conversation between Chinese and U.S. top trade negotiators attracted little public attention in China. People have been numb to news of trade talks. The best advice I could give you is don't trade anything until you take some time to stare at some charts, paper trade, develop a strategy that works for you, and get some consistent winners on paper. And just save up your money until then. Like, keep adding to that stash until then. Because most of the people that I know that have been doing this for any period of time have blown up at least one account. Look at this trend here on HD. Let's see what we got. ZK, you blew up 2 accounts. Everybody that I know has that has done this for any period of time, like I said, has had that happen, and we refer to that as tuition. I guess ABBV was just on they were talking about on CNBC. Talking about it being undervalued. Simmons, that's not a good thing, I guess. Or maybe you just, it was a lot of classes. Sure. Yo, no, 1 second. Let me turn that on. All right. And what's up, Charlie?
Hello?
We can hear you. Oh, we can hear you. What's up?
Oh, man, just wanted to come hang out with you guys for a little bit.
Right on. Right on. Welcome.
So you're killing it as usual.
It's been a good day. It's been fun. Oh, but what the hell is this BMY gonna do? That was some good flow.
That was my first play of the day.
Nice. Nice.
Quick little scout. What's up, C-Cam? How you doing, brother? PB 251. What's happening? All right, there goes my advertisement. What are we looking at? Let's see. That was some good flow, though. Some great flow.
This Watching, so AbbVie just they just talked about it on CNBC, talking about the fact that it's undervalued.
I agree with him.
Yep, me too.
$10. What's happening? Yeah, ABBV. I mean, that's yeah.
I'm watching PNW to see when it's gonna get, find its support. I think this is it's down what, 30, almost $30.
Yeah, it's insane.
Yep.
And I think it was a little bit over none. Simmons,
I
send it
agree.
on over, brother. Send it on over. I like some Upchurch.
Yeah, PB, it did. It did on that last upgrade. I wouldn't say it tanked. If you look at the longer term chart, it pulled back. I don't think you could call that tank.
It needed a pullback.
Yeah, I mean it was extended, but now we're on. If you look at this daily chart, we put in a green day yesterday. See that nice green candle on the daily, and we got the start of one today. See if this can continue. But honestly, up above 85 still looks good. Longer term.
Microsoft 170s, really? But every time I tell you, we started seeing the Microsoft 150s for December 13th. And I remember kind of laughing at that. And it's far exceeded. Then I seen 155s for, I don't know, February. Not February, no, it's 155s from January last week. Kind of laughed at those, and it just keeps going and keeps going.
Yeah, I kind of want to buy like some, 2021 like 180s or something stupid like that.
You know what? Let me go price those out just for shipping gigs. So we could get. I mean, like a March 2021 180 is still marking about 5 or about 620.
Yeah, that's a little high.
200. Yeah, really to get it cheap, you have to get on down to the 210s for about $1.60. I'm not buying 210s.
No, I'm not either. I'm not either. We say that, and then we're gonna be March 2021, and we're gonna be like,
Right.
God damn, Microsoft's at 400. Remember when we were looking at those 210s?
We were looking at those,
Yeah.
But I'll tell you what you could get.
What you could do is potentially like buy something like the 180 and sell a 195 for like a two. You're looking at like a $2. What's the spread between those? Well, no, because if you're buying at the ask and selling at the bid, if you got the right fills, you could do something like that for, maybe $2 or 225.
I might have to get these June ABBV 110s for 60 cents.
June. Let me look at that.
Actually, September.
Quite a bit of volume on those June 100s.
Yeah.
for $2.
You know, I'm gonna go tell the world I'm live. Let me go. Let me go. Where can I grab that link real quick? Let's see. All right, right here. Hold on. Let me go to. Hey, girl. There we go. Just posted that we're over here. I mean, I think everybody knows you're over here, but I'm gonna go tell them I'm hanging out a little bit.
Sweet.
Simmons, you'll probably have to text it to me or DM me, and because it's not letting me see it in here, or I don't know how to use it anyway. DM it to me in Discord, and I'll definitely check it out.
Bobby, I have a few. So I still have this week's 87s. I had my stop loss at $1. I'm actually going to move that up a little bit. But we got in those at 97 cents or something like that. What did we get in those for? Give me a second, I'll tell you. 79 cents we got in those. But I also have I still have September 2020 8250s that I got in for $1.67, Charlie. And I have the January 15th, 2021 $90 calls that I got in for $1.
Jeez, yeah, that's incredible. That's incredible. I think we ought to go do a big red green check real quick too. Everybody should be green today.
We can do that. I typically do it later in the day, just in case you don't want to count your eggs, sort of thing. Count your chickens.
Got you there. Totally. Little DIE flow, you don't see a lot of that. It's kind of small, but you just don't see a ton of it.
DIE.
No, DIE. The Dow.
Oh, DIA. I'm like, die. I've never heard of that one.
That's the one my wife has for me.
That's the hedge, though, right?
That's the hedge.
That's the insurance policy. Bobby wants to know which AbbVie I recommend getting now. Well, Bobby, on this pop, it's tough right now because the last time we got a pop like this on a headline or something like that, we also had a pullback. I really like it back up above $90. Like up above 90 and it stays there would be really bullish.
Would be really bullish. If I was going to buy something that was far out, I would go ahead and I know it sounds crazy, but I would get the June 110s because you can get them for 60 cents and they're not, let's just say we drop down to 83 or 80, 82. I don't think they're going to have as crazy of a drop down. But if this thing pops over 90 real quick, I think you could have that. That's the ones I'm looking at the moment, anyway.
And I would be, not to say it can't happen, but I would be surprised if we make it back down to 82 or 83.
Yeah, I would too.
At this point.
Yeah, I don't think that would happen. I think that's like the worst case scenario. So I think that, and I think once it does cross 90 and hold, then that 100 is that magnet. So that's kind of why I like those Junes, because if once you start approaching 100, this thing could really start. I mean, doing something crazy. I like those. I like the 110s for June.
I'd have to agree with you. And I think if we do that, the next pullback that we get, I wouldn't be surprised. If it doesn't get to 90 and stay above, and we get another pullback, I wouldn't be surprised to see it hold around 87.
Yeah, I agree with that. And those contracts would have so much time on them that it wouldn't.
It's not going to hurt them.
It's not going to hurt them. You know what? Down Omega Friday again here in a second. How many watchers you got?
What do we got? 39, it looks like, on Twitch. We were at like 47 or 48 at one point.
I don't have any juice anymore. Usually, if I would have said on Twitter or Snot could say I'm going live to talk about markets and charts, I could have pulled a couple of people over here, but it looks like I've lost my mojo out there.
Well, it is a holiday week.
It's a holiday week.
So I'm actually surprised we've got as many as we do that are still around.
And if for those of you that are on YouTube and you have not subscribed to Bender's channel, let's please go ahead and do that so you can see when he puts out some of those killer videos.
PNW starting to look interesting to me. I might wait because we're closed. We're only closed on Thursday. And then we've got, so Friday's a short day, right?
Friday is a half day.
Yeah. Okay.
And I don't know if it makes more sense to have a half day Wednesday or Friday. You know what? I'll be so food drunk. Probably Friday's the best one, I guess.
Yep. So PNW is back over the 34 now. Let's see if she can stay there. And I'll tell you what I'm eyeing. I'm looking at next week's 225s. Our $2. 210 by 221 is what they're showing. But I do want it to prove that this is the 220 area's bottom.
Bender, did I show you that CCXL flow where the guy became a quadrillionaire?
I did see it. I saw it posted a few times last night.
Yeah. A motherfucking quadrillionaire. Go Disney.
PB, I'm looking at potentially the 225 for next week for $2. Coco Crisp, where do I start when it comes to learning stocks? I'm going to let Charlie answer that. Charlie, I'm going to walk away for just a second. I'm going to get some water, leave these people in good hands. I'll be right back.
Leave the mic on so I can...
Yeah. It's on.
Coco, charting. Charting is the first thing you got to learn. I mean, and money management. It's learn some turtle charts, about basic turtle charts. If you see Bender's got that, PNW up in the left corner, see kind of how that line across there at that bottom. Looking for stuff like that, supports, resistances, recognizing support, resistance, money management, understanding that sometimes you will be wrong, and that's okay. that's where, the biggest thing I see people fail in is, and I see it constantly, is the hopium. Uh, it's like, oh, I'm down $100. If I could just get back down to down 50, I'll cut it then. And then they're down 200, going, wow, if I could just get back down to 100. Listen, when you're wrong, you're wrong. Just cut it, right? Like a bad relationship. Like a bad relationship. You just cut it. Yeah, Disney doesn't look like it wants to stop. What's up, everybody? What's up? And thank you, ILILILIL. I think I'm saying that right. ILILIL. Poker Pro, what's happening? What's happening? Stock in mind, I tell you, Blue Skies one is this ABBV is. I really do like that one. I like that out to June, I think. Yeah, Poker Pro. We could refinish it like a piece of furniture. Would be great. Yeah, IL. If you'll stick to, like, when you start in the beginning, a lot of people like if you'll just trade Disney, Microsoft, SPY, keep it just few, get used to how they move. Stocks are just like women or men. They all move different, right? So get you a few that you understand how they move. You kind of keep to that for a little while. After support resistance, money management, then it's just getting in there. Cherry, you go. Bad girl. You're good. Charts, money management. I mean, shit. Once you get charts and money management, so that takes some people years and 3 or 4 accounts to figure out. But then you could probably start really working in on some, maybe some more fundamental stuff, longer term stuff. $5 minutes to 25 minutes. That sounds about like what, that's what your wife said. Oh, kidding, buddy, kidding. Never trade in the afternoon. Yeah, Coco Crisp. I mean, to me, charting is everything. Even if you have good money management, but you can't read a chart for shit, you can't tell that you're coming up on support or you're sitting on resistance. Even if you cut your trades properly, if you're not entries and exits are then become are crucial too, because if you're getting in at the wrong spot because you're charting, doesn't matter how good you are at managing your money, if you're not getting on the right side of the trade, then you're just never going to make any money. So you gotta have those charting skills. I haven't read a financial sheet in my entire life. Now I will look at the headlines, say, and we call it checking all 4 boxes. You want to see that, okay, let's just say ABBV, hypothetically. Say they're supposed to have 1 million in revenue and they come in at 1.2 million. Okay, 20% beat, check the box. EPS was supposed to be 25 and it's 28. Good, check the box. What's more important than just checking current quarter is guidance. Guidance is everything in the stock market. So the next, they say, okay, we're guiding up to 1.5 versus 1.2 next quarter. Good, check that box. EPS is going to come in at 30 versus 28. Good, check that box. You want to check all 4 of those boxes. I'm a headline reader, but as far as digging through financial reports, I wouldn't even know where to start. I've been doing this shit for 20-something years, and I wouldn't even know where to start on that one. ABBV on ILIL. I'm gonna let Bender talk more about that one, about where he would buy it. I mean, if you're going longer term, I don't think it's going to really matter that much. But I'll let Bender that because that's his baby. ABBV, that's his absolute baby. Nice job, J1. Nice job. Nice job. PB 25. How long on average does it take to become a profitable trader? I have seen people. I'll tell you, one of them was Zekia, and Zekia. I remember when Zekia made his first trade. We was talking about it this morning, and he just never looked back. He was profitable from his first options trade. You have those people. Now he had been trading stocks, a lot of penny stocks before that. But as far as trading options. His first one was Black Box, and a lot of these people in here are their first options trade is with Black Box. So some of them just aren't ever going to make it. Some people, honestly, and I can tell for the most part when I see somebody come into one of the like Black Box main over there on Discord, and I can tell by their first 5 questions. A lot of it depends on you. Like, are you willing to watch videos at night of Pete for 3 hours? That helps, right? Odds start going in your favor when you're really willing to put in that time and you open your mind up, right? So many people just they expect it to happen so easily. You can tell by their mindset. So it really depends. I've seen people be profitable from day one as traders, and I've seen people do it for 10 years and never make it. It really just depends. $30 seconds for a lifetime. You're Poker Pro, absolutely. And it's the same with poker. I mean, I've sat down with the best in the world. I've had some of them at my house in my home games. Moneymaker, Chris Moneymaker, actually called me when he was on the CNBC Celebrity Challenge. He called me to get his stock picks. Actually woke me up out of bed to get his stock picks to go on CNBC. So some people, it's the same thing with poker and stocks. Some people can play for 20 years and you can still, when they get pocket aces by their eyes or their breathing or something else or pocket anything. And then there's some people that's just, from the second they start playing cards, it's like, what the fuck's he holding? So it's anything in life, right? It's some people just have knacks for it. I'll never throw an 80-yard bomb like Peyton Manning, but he can do it in his sleep.
And I'm back. I just didn't want to interrupt the conversation.
Oh, no, you're good. BBS, J1, so that was your first options trade too. It was AMD, and I talked you through it. Nice. It's usually Apple or AMD. I like to get people in something really slow on their first options trade, just so they can kind of just sit there and watch it and get the nerves out of the way. And because you're not going to lose a lot of money in AMD or Apple, right? You might not make a ton in that trade, but I'm not going to put you in something on your first one like Amazon or Baba that it just creams you in 5 seconds. So, and it gives you a bad taste for options. So no, AMD and Apple are my go-tos. The Nigerians are pumping UNG. Thank you.
I figured I'd come back from my little break and I'd hear everybody cheering, and like you guys got into something that went from $20 to $40. That's usually what happens when I walk away. Charlie, it's still snowing, in case you were wondering.
Yeah.
That is crazy, man. Cocoa Crisp. Uber was a good buy. I forget what day it was last week. They were buying the 27th. Somebody said they buying the 29th. So you can see the float right there just right off the bat. That's one thing I do like about options flow. Even if you're new, you can get an edge. If you watch it and understand options flow, you can definitely get an edge there.
Hey, Charlie, you just got really quiet for me.
Oh, shit. I don't know what happened.
Make sure it's not on my end. Let's see. But I mean, like real quiet. I can hear you, but barely.
That's weird. The Nigerians also pumped Lowe's April 125s and Home Depot November 22250s this week. Home Depot.
Yeah, and they're all saying you're quiet.
That is so weird. Let me disconnect and come back. I'll try that. Test, test.
I think that's better.
Okay, cool.
Yep.
Yeah, the Nigerians also pumped April Lowe's calls and Home Depot this week 22250 calls. I may have to disconnect and try to disconnect completely everything and come back or reboot. Shit, let me try that and I'll come back.
Okay. Yeah, he got pretty quiet all of a sudden. What was the question about AbbVie, Coco? I don't know if maybe I missed that one. Well, I see him talking about Uber. Okay, for AbbVie, would you wait until it breaches the top of 89.50? Seems to be making some sort of. I mean, I like it better over. I think what I said was 89. Um, but you could try to play it off of. And it depends on how long you want to hold it, right? But if you're playing, and this is where you kind of have to just look at it and go, okay, where would I expect to see some support? Today, 87, 81 ish, 87, 80. If you were trying to play it long, short term, you've got to play it knowing that it may pull back to test that. It may not, but typically you want to go in knowing, okay, what am I risking to here? Am I risking a VWAP? Am I risking to the 34? Well, that's up there. Maybe the 200? Like, what would you, where would you be willing to risk to? And a lot of times you go, where would I be willing to risk to? And it's like, well, if that's the case, why don't you just, wait for that as an entry? If it breaks that 87.80, then you've got this 87.58. This is short-term stuff right here, right? But if I draw these out on the 1 minute chart, those are the levels that I'm seeing. Kind of like that for today. But typically, I'm looking at longer term support and resistance. So what does that look like? I drew this once before, but let's take a look at, actually, you got something ish. There's a couple of different channels that I've drawn on this thing, but this is on the daily. You can see, it hitting the top of this, coming back down, support, back up to the top, and at the top of this channel where it pulled back. So you're kind of right in the middle of it on the daily chart. I think we even had drawn, let's see, before this last move, it looked something like this. And we had popped out of it, pulled right back into this channel. Now you're right there at the top of it. So I'd like to see it get back through, and try to use that as support. Also got, I'll show you this on the weekly. If you look at the weekly chart, this drop that happened, Now, it took a while to get through on the way down. This area right in here. I think that's the strongest support right now. Just under 85. But it's spent quite a bit of time right in here. Uh, yeah, you'll have to go read about it, but it's volume weighted average price. It could. It could. That's certainly possible. Um, you know, you also kind of have to put into context, like, the drop and why it happened. This thing came from highs, up here, 125, 126, and this was because of the Allergan purchase, which everyone said they paid too much for, and there were concerns and questions about their long-term prospects with their pipeline. And again, how will they make this purchase profitable? And I think a lot of those questions are now becoming answered, and there's a lot less doubt and uncertainty as to whether or not they remain profitable, and how they turn this huge purchase of Allergan into positive growth. I think a lot of those questions have been answered. So you could see, if you look at where it's at right now, on the way down, there are people that saw this as support, right? And they bought in here in the 80s and high 80s and $90, and then it continued to drop all the way down. I think we hit a low of like 62. So you have to imagine that there's some profit taking up in here. There's some people that are just happy to be, damn near even. So I certainly expect there to be some resistance in here. But I also think that once we kind of chew through that, you can see this thing continuing this move. There's two sides to the story, right? There's the technical side, and there's also just kind of understanding what's going on with the stock and the company, the fundamental side, which doesn't make, doesn't mean a whole lot short term, except when you're looking at areas of potential resistance. Then I look at, okay, what are the probabilities suggesting, like, does the probability here tell me that we're going to like chop around in here and then pull back and drop back down? Not likely based on the story, but anything can happen. Thank you. CKN, I don't know. Did Teva have news? Ooh. That's not pretty. Yes, it is. Let's see. DJ Brooklyn federal prosecutors open criminal probe of opioid manufacturers, including Johnson and Johnson. A bunch of others. Looks like that's the news headline that has dropped Teva. I'm sorry, I'll turn my camera back on in a few. Right now I'm eating some breakfast at 11 o'clock. Seems kind of weird, but I saw that, Mel. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Rock.
Um, ill. Yeah, I use typically the 34, the 8 EMA, and the 200 MA, and VWAP on the shorter term charts. On my longer term daily, weekly chart, I use the ones that coincide with the fibs. So the 21, 34, 55, 89. On the shorter time frames, I use the 34 and the 8 and the 200 MA and VWAP. Those are on my shorter term charts. Oh, fibs is what you're asking. On the longer term time frames. Getting a pullback here on the SPY. Little bitty pop on UVXY. PNW looks like it's trying to establish this base right here. Yep. In Cypher, I agree. I still want to see some confirmation. Which I have not seen yet. That this move is done. In Cypher, I think time. I mean, it's broken through that 34 a few times. Hasn't held up above it. It is holding at that fib level that I've got in there, at least right now. But you know, it hasn't shown yet that it's ready to make a move, to make any sort of move up, right? It looks like we've got the lows established here, but we haven't made a higher high yet, right? So I'd want to see, you know, we got this down, up, down, little bounce, down. So right now this is a bearish pattern, but it's at least it's holding this base. So then you want to see it start to, you know, and then a lower or a higher low to show you that it's kind of reversing here. Now, how do I get rid of all those arrows? Yellow, not yet. I'm still just watching. Splunk's gotta go try that 150. Has not been up there yet. But it's gotta go try it. I was gonna smoke a turkey for Thanksgiving, but yeah, I don't think that's gonna happen. I just posted a picture, Teresa. You can see what my grill looks like right now. Yeah. I'm in Colorado, southwest of Denver. Yep. I am a Broncos fan. It's hard right now, but I'm a Broncos fan. Reagan Dean, you're in Genesee? Nice. Nice. I used to live up in Evergreen. Not too far from you. Renee, I have one up in Pine. Yeah, I mean, I could just take the cover off, right? And but it's like, I'm if I was gonna smoke it, it would. It's going to take a while, and I'm like, I don't know really that I want to mess with it. Like, and I don't have to because we're going to somebody else's house that's they do the turkey every year, and I had, offered to smoke a turkey on the Traeger this year, and they're like, well, yeah, but we're still gonna do our turkey, and I'm like, okay. I was like, but I'll bring pizza as a backup, right? But nah, I don't think they were willing to risk it. PB, it looks like it to me, but I still want to see. I mean, this is now 4 times, but it has not shown me yet, confirmation that, okay, we're done down here. Now we're going to move up. Like, I haven't seen that yet. So, if you remember, let's pull up. Remember when Alta took that big drop? It and this was a huge move, and I played this right from this 225 area up to 260, and then it just pulled all the way back. Now it's at 235. I'm just excuse me, I'm just not quite convinced yet. Let's pull this up on let's see. And I know a lot of people that got burned on this up here, 255, because they went, oh, bottom's in, now we're going back up, and it did, but then it rejected right here off that 34 EMA on the daily and just all the way back down to an even lower low. I want to see some confirmation. And there it made, we're getting just a little lower here. I mean, this thing has plenty of room that you don't have to like try to time it or chase it or jump the gun. You can just wait for it to show you what it's going to do and then, ride it back up. And I think it's something, that will, when it does start to make its move back up eventually, you'll be able to ride it for a while. Look at J&J bounce off that news. Took that drop. And PB, these are kind of I like these plays. Like the ones that it's like, okay, it's overdone. Not to say it isn't going to drop further because it certainly can. I really like the 216-ish. But I like these kinds of plays. Like, wait for it to show some confirmation that it's turning around, and then you can ride them for a bit. Alta has held pretty well here at this 235. See what she's going to do. Alta's another one of those, like, needs some good news, some good press. And lots of potential upside if it can start moving up. But you can see how it's rejected that 34. One, two, three times. Which the 34 is up at 241. So maybe it goes back and tries that again. Pan W. Right now I'm looking at an Alta chart. BMY. No, I've actually been in and out of puts a couple times. I'm not in it right now. Yup. And I'm just kind of staring at the Alta chart at the moment. For anybody that's here too, that might be newer. or, you know, some of you that have mentioned like you're just getting started. Like for me, you know, this is what it's about is, you know, stalking the chart. Yes, they are, and they are downstairs screaming at each other and their friends over who knows what. No, no, they had a sleepover last night and they've been up since 6 o'clock this morning. Yeah, good times, good times. So anyway, it's, you know, kind of stalking the chart and the setup. And really trying to be patient and wait, you know, for the right entry. You'll lose more money in this game on something like this, going, okay, this has got to be the bottom. It's got to be, right? And then, you know, it drops down to that 216, 217. And then you're, you know, I'm looking at that going, well, I said I really liked that area, right? But you didn't wait, and now you're down, you know, a significant amount because it took a $4 drop. Not to say that's going to happen, but that's where you get hurt. And that's where you know, tend to get those losses. That ZM still looking really strong. Okay, Roku. Now we've got looking pretty top heavy. It's got to break this support. But every time it pulls back, for now, it gets bought back up. And my concern here is that it's tried so many times. There it is. I was going to say it's tried so many times that when it does break, it's probably going to do so with a little bit of force. Like this, it tried, it finally got through that support. And now you're seeing now let's see what happens here. See if they buy it right back up. And that was a pretty big volume bar right there. In fact, I want to go see if, let's see if we got a dark pool print on that drop. Nope. I don't see any. Wait a minute, dark pool. I don't see any. That was just a big volume. Let's go look at level 2. Interesting. I don't see any big blocks or anything. I guess I could turn this camera back on. All right, and they bought it back up pretty quick on that drop. Teresa, you see how quick they bought that PNW drop back up to 220? Yeah. All right, who was here when we were discussing that NTLA? Anki, I don't know if you're around, but anybody else on Twitch here that was around when we got into that? I'm just asking because that was one of those that we had 3 or 4 people talking about it. We were going through the chart, made a decision and got in, and it's up over 100%. And it's been pretty slow mover. I shouldn't say slow. I mean I know it popped the last couple days, but was not a stressful trade at all. That's an interesting candle. Now let's see if we go back and test. We're now above the 34 again, which it's done a few times. So now I want to see. Above 221. I do see some support building at the moment around 220.25. Oh, that's gone now. Those shares disappeared. See about 1,100 shares at 220.29. Bobby, not really. I mean, I have a really small position that I was playing, but I was also playing puts. Um, but no, I haven't really done anything yet. I'm still not convinced for me. So I'm still just watching it. Get another drop here. Yeah, I'm staring at it. Yeah, I'm seeing a lot of stuff kind of doing that. I'll tell you, Zoom looks pretty strong, and Splunk still looks pretty good. Just the way that they're moving and the price action. I keep seeing this like 1,300 share bid pop up, disappear, pop up, disappear. All right, now interesting. $1,200. Now it's looking a little more interesting. Let's see what it does. There is quite a bit of volume on the those 225s for this week. About 2,000 share. They took that out. Yeah, I see it. I'm also watching level 2, and at least at the moment, there's some bids coming in. 220.99. Stacking the ask a little bit. Let's see that, Bobby. I'd like to see it turn green on the 5-minute. It's just kind of weird on level 2. It's going to do it. Now would be a good time. There's those 1,300 shares on the bid, and then they're gone, and then they're back. Fighting over that 200 MA right now. 220.75. God, it's so weird. Uh, I don't hate it, but I think it's risky until you get above that 221. Um, you know, for me, I'm okay taking the risk. A small position here. If it doesn't work, I'll get out pretty quick. But, you know, somebody that's newer or smaller account or something like that, I would wait till it gets through 221 and maybe even you see a pullback and see 221 to act as support. Um, but it does look to me, at least at the moment, to be turning around. I mean, you can see this 15-minute candle. So for me, I'll enter, but yeah. I mean, look, when you're playing something that's down like this, it's risky. Yep. And I put risky AF, and it is with this drop today. So I'm just know that. It's got to get above that 221 pretty quick, though, I think. I mean, this is your, I would risk, 219, but if you're playing it real tight, like, make it hold above 220, maybe even a little higher. Like, you want to see this continue. And I honestly don't know that it's ready, but we shall see. This 220.50. You want to play it real tight. You want to see it hold above that to show that it's the continuation. BMY high a day, nice. Oh yeah, look at that. Nice pop there. Those contracts have not moved much. That BMY position. Yeah. You know, the other thing I'm looking at on here on this chart, when you see these big wicks to the downside and then it gets pushed back up, to me, you know, that looks good. We did kind of get above this area of resistance, so you would want to see that now act as support. Still have not gotten over that 221, so I think it needs to. I do have an affiliation, so if you're interested in trying it, that was a shameless plug. For anybody that's not in Black Box, there is a Black Box Black Friday Cyber Monday deal that gets you $67 a month versus the normal $99. Two separate. When you focus on a trade, how much do you put in your position compared to your total equity? It depends on my confidence in the trade. You know, in something like this, it's not a big position by any means. And you don't have to play a big position, right? Like, I don't have to play a sizable position, you know, to see a decent return if it goes in my way, if it goes my direction, if it goes in my favor. Doesn't have to be a big position. So I tend to size my position according to my confidence level in the trade. So like this is more of a feeler, risky. So I don't put a ton into it because it could just as easily, you know, go against me. So I'm not willing to risk a ton on it. Did I not? I need to go look at something here. Oh, that's funny. Let's see. Would you fragment it based on stocks or put it? No, I don't go. Let's see. What are you asking me here? Fragment it based on stocks or put it all in as long as you got a good risk ratio. I'm not sure exactly the question. I mean, I don't go all in on anything. Everything that I do is, you know, a percentage or a fraction of my portfolio. I'm not willing to take that kind of risk. Let's see, at 100,000, how much would you buy of one given stock at an opportunistic spot. Again, I think it depends on your level of confidence. Yeah. Yeah. No more than 10%. And typically I don't go that high. You have to like if you put it, say you put in, okay, let's say you've got $100,000 that you're trading with, right? It's okay, if you're only playing one ticker at a time and you put in 10% and you're willing to risk 20% of that 10%, that's a $2,000 loss, right? You can afford a couple of those for sure, but I don't want to risk losses, that equate to, 2 or 3% of my portfolio. Not on this. Now I have longer term accounts like my 401k, my IRA. I don't have a ton of positions in them, and most of the positions are bigger positions. Um, when you're like the brokerage accounts that I'm trading out of, that I'm trading options in, I'm not going that big. Yeah. That's a good way to look at it in Cypher. And that's kind of the way that I look at it is, okay, if the position size is X, how much do I think this contract I can lose on these contracts? Like, okay, if it comes down here to this 220.50, let's say it drops to that. What will that contract look like? Am I going to be down 30%? Am I going to be down 50% if that happens on those contracts? And if I want to give it that much room, then I have to be willing to accept that, okay, if it comes down here, maybe that's 50% of my contract value. Okay, well, 50% of the total investment that I put into this, how much is that? And am I willing to risk that? That's kind of how I look at it, is I gauge it by where my stop would be and how much room I want to be able to give it. And I know that, okay, if it does hit this line and use that as support, I'm okay with being underwater 50 or 60% of the cost of that contract to be able to stay in the trade as long as this holds up. So when I talk about the confidence in the trade and, managing the risk, that's kind of what I'm looking at is, if it drops to a level that I think it could potentially drop to before, that I would want to see act as support, how much am I going to be down? And is that okay? What I'm seeing here on the 1 minute now shows me that, it doesn't look nearly as good as it did 10 minutes ago. But, I also, like I said, this 220.50 area, I'd like to see that hold up. That would, I think, confirm or, again, like let it get above 221, come back down and test that as support. I'm seeing the ask, some shares hitting the ask at 220.79. Some bid support at 220.72. A little bit of a battle right there. The Bulls won that little battle. It's 220.92, and that got... For a brief moment, I saw 221 flash. There we go. Now we're over to... Now look at it go. Now we're over 221. Now you want to see that hold, 221.12. So hopefully we stay above 221. That was a nice pop there, though. Now let's see what they do with it. I don't know if you saw it, Teresa. PNW popped through that 221. Oh, okay. Yep. $1,300 shares at 220.95. And yeah, I keep seeing that 1,300 shares pop up. And I mean, I've seen 1,200, 1,300 a couple times. Like, goes on the bid and then it's gone. And it's not. I'm not seeing them filled. Well, what chart are you looking at, Il? Where are you doing your charting? I mean, if I change this from candlestick to line, do you see something like that? That's a line chart. Oh, are you? Yeah, no problem. Now I'm seeing definitely more on the ask side, which is that drop there. But that was only 100, 200, 300, 400, 5, 6, about 800 shares. Oh, 450, couple of 10 share blocks. $1,400 shares at 220.90 on the ask. But it's got to get through now. Now 1,500, 1,000 on the bid at 220.75. So it was 1,500 at 220.89. They were on there and then disappeared, and they didn't fill. It's trading 5 shares here, 17 share, 2 shares, like. This is not big volume right now. BMY just died. Simmons, don't tell me that. Yes, it did. It just jumped off a cliff, didn't it? Yep. It emptied itself. So then when do we all got to come in and never mind. I'm not gonna make a comment on that. I got 2,300 shares at 221.37 on the ask. 800 on the bid at 221.18. So that 221.37, oh, those just disappeared. Interesting. It's like they're throwing these big numbers out there, you know, far enough away where they're not getting hit, and then just disappear. Right now it's at 221.37 is where that ask is, 2,200 shares. Yeah, they're not there anymore. I don't know what they're doing. Lil, ill. MO, what's MO doing? Ban on e-cigarettes? MO doesn't seem to care too much yet. Guess where I'm not going? New York City. So guess where I'm not going again? New York City. So what is this ban? The ban on all flavored e-cigarettes. Let's see. Teresa, I'm surprised you didn't comment on that. All the yelling you do at me for Darth Vader. God, my wife says that all the. I only yell at you because I care. Uh huh. And she says I need to work on my love languages. Love languages. Yeah. Is that like I only backhand you because I care? Just come on, jeez. It's a tough room. Tough room. All right. We're about 17% on PanW right now. I'm going to trim that down just a little bit. I mean, I think it's still got, still got some room. Now we got this 221.79. If I move that, let's say right about there, 221.76, which is where we're at right now. But now you've got this big cup here on the 5-minute that has formed. So give it another candle here. 20%. 123. Okay. They're not a broker, so there's no commission cost on TradingView. It's really just charting, so it's flat fee. And right now, they're doing their Black Friday sale. JBug Power Hour. We'll see if if there is actually a Power Hour. The volume has been pretty pathetic today. So I did. Let's postpone that to December. Yeah, it's the volume's been pathetic. But we talk about this all the time, like taking 15% gains when you get them. And I locked some in here on those calls at 15%. $1 to $1.15. PB, what you need? PB, did you? Let's see. Hold on a second. Let me see if I can DM you. Are you in? You're not in my Discord server. Let me go to Black Box. Why don't I see you in there? PB, can you DM me in Discord? There we go. Come on, PNW. Oh, you're PB 25. Okay. Okay. And Anki, I will. I will. I like win, but yeah, let me look at that. PB, I'm going to DM you right now. And Anki, I definitely want to take a look at that. Right now I'm in this PNW trade. And I know there's some others that are in it as well, so. Yeah, right on. Thanks, Anki. And I'll definitely take a look at it. Pretty key area here for PanW. Got about 900 shares. Oh, now they move down. Right now, 221.74-ish. 221.70, 400 shares. So win 200 MA on the daily. Got the 200 MA at 122.16. Is that what you're looking at? No, I'm not. I'm actually short Tesla at the moment. I've been short for a while. I got short right up here around 330, right around 330. But I'm just looking at it to see if I want to cover that yet. Correct. Ill. If I'm going to close out that position. About 800 share. Okay, those are gone. $2,000 shares on the bid at 221.50 at the moment. There's some selling coming in. There was actually some fills in there that were a little bit bigger size. Not huge, but bigger than what I've been seeing. Yep. Well, when you don't have a ton of volume, those bars aren't that hard to create. You know what I mean? Like, there's not a ton of liquidity. Speed to the moon, what's up? Welcome. CTRA. CTRA. I don't know what that is. Contura Energy. I mean, it's a $7 stock. TV. I don't play this kind of stuff. It's just been straight down in its history. This is not the sort of thing that I mess with. It looks like they had ER on the 16th and missed. I mean, you can't, when you see a stock do this, it's really hard to say, oh, well, it's got, support on a 5-day. Well, yeah, but this thing came from $80. There's got to be some reason behind that. Not the kind of thing that I play. Not to say you shouldn't, and some people, that's their game and it works well for them. But it doesn't work well for me. For sure. Hey, J-Bug, you can hate them. I don't hate them, but I just don't trade them very often. Some people do really well on them. It's whatever works for you. And if you know something about the company, that can certainly, if you've done a lot of research or or whatever on it that, that can impact. I am in a stock that is $7 and some odd cents right now. But I have my own reasons for it. It's not a chart play. I don't look at it and go, oh, there's support here. I look at it and go, I'm going to put this away, and I'm not even going to look at it for a while. And if it goes to zero, it goes to zero. I don't think it will, but if it does, whatever. It's not enough that I care about it. But I think it has potential. The issue for me, TV Jolly, is that it doesn't, it's hard to establish long-term areas of support and resistance, long-term trends on something like that, which is, typically what I want to base my trades on are longer-term areas of support and resistance. Yeah. Yeah, and you could certainly play the momentum, the volume. If the volume comes in, you could certainly play that. And Speed to the Moon. I don't short very many bios just because I've seen like what was T-Doc when that thing shot up. It just like you get some piece of unexpected news or something, and you could lose your ass. I mean, it's one thing to play puts on it, to short it, but I definitely wouldn't be shorting commons. Too risky for me. Yeah. I just wouldn't want to wake up to that, freaking buyout, and all of a sudden your $10 bio or $5 bio or whatever went to some ridiculous level. They do all the time. See it all the time. Yep. Yeah, TV. No, I saw that. The energy stock. It's just too, again, like the long-term areas just aren't. This thing hasn't held a level yet. It did this where it curled up a little bit. It did that up here a few times before dropping further. So that's why I don't mess with them. Wow. 1.7 billion to buy on the MOC. $1.7 billion to buy. Seeking Speed to the Moon, anyone else, like I don't tell anybody. I tell my friends, don't invest in penny stocks. But I'm not here to tell anybody what to trade or what not to trade because everyone has a different, there are plenty of people that just trade those and make plenty of money on them, but it just doesn't fit into the way that I trade. So this did look like a nice cup potential handle formation. Now this is dropping far more than what I would want to see. So really want to see this 221 hold, but it's not looking good at the moment. I play ETFs in my longer term accounts. JNUG, I don't play JNUG. I don't play the triple leverage stuff. And I don't trade ETFs. Very rarely do I trade an ETF intraday. But like the Vanguard ETFs and stuff like that, I hold some of those in my longer term accounts. Yeah, I haven't played JNUG in a long time. There was a probably 6 month span where a bunch of us in Black Box were playing JNUG all the time, but I haven't played it in a while. Sand Dollars, CLF I've played a few times. CLF is interesting because I think it was the CEO came out publicly like 2 months ago and said this is ridiculous that our company is definitely worth more than that, and he like openly bought a bunch. Speed, yeah, exactly. And even the bad headlines are, it's like it drops, the algos drop it, and then it gets bought back up. You don't see any flow on NVIDIA or AMD? I can look. Just NVIDIA? Pennies in mid caps? I don't see any flow on NVIDIA either. So pretty big imbalance to the buy side at the moment. A lot of people don't think that it means anything or see any relevance to it. I have seen some times where there's been a huge buy side imbalance, and you'll see stuff pop, either at the end of the day, because the MOC will change in the last 45 minutes. Right now it's a 1.7 billion imbalance to the buy side. Within the next half hour, that number I would expect will be significantly different. So I watch it just because sometimes you see these, you'll see you can see some big moves towards the end of the day when you have a really big buy side imbalance. And I don't know if it's just the market sees that and they're all looking at that buy side imbalance and they buy it up. Yeah, Anki, I think it is a little unusual, but given that we're holiday going into Thanksgiving, low volume and everything, I'm not super surprised, I guess, but it's probably due diligence to send an email. I can send him an email and just say, hey, did we really not have any flow at all on NVIDIA? But maybe there just wasn't anything that was big enough to sweep. This buy side imbalance, does it no, it doesn't correspond to any of my indicators. What that means is when, like, if I want to open a position in a 401k, if I'm adding money to like ETFs that contain, Microsoft, those can't be executed. Like if I call Fidelity or whoever and say, hey, I want to, a big portion of their holdings is in Microsoft. If a bunch of people do that, then they got to go buy more of that. And that doesn't execute until after hours or at the close. And then they'll have market on close orders. So it's just stuff that's sitting there that's waiting to execute. Somebody talking about Twitter flow. I mean, that's the way that I understand it. It's like all the market on close orders that can happen because of changes in positions, like within hedge funds. Some of the bigger orders. It's not an indicator TV. You can just go out and look for the MOC. And now so we just went from 1.7 billion to buy to 300 million on the buy side. Yeah, no worries. I will be here tomorrow. Speed to the moon, no problem. And PB, like I said, most of the folks like in Black Box, that will tell you, like Maria, who's been doing this forever and ever and ever, she'll say, like, I don't put a lot of, emphasis on the MOC, but if, like right now while we're at highs, if you're in something that is, that is near the top, and you see a big sell side imbalance, you might, it might help kind of direct you to, okay, this is way up there. I'm seeing sell side imbalance on the market, maybe take some profit. And the same thing when everything's beat up and you see, there's times where we'll see buy side imbalance, like, for several days or weeks in a row. And it's like, all right, everybody's buying stuff up right now. I mean, and you don't, you take it with a grain of salt, but it's market on close. TV Jolly, it stands for market on close. So MO did take a drop. A little bounce there. I mean, it's not a big drop, right? But maybe even just a pullback. Yeah, no problem. Interesting that ZM had that spike, 75.76, right back down here to 75.20, which has been this area of consolidation that it's been in. So it'll be interesting to see what that one does tomorrow. It's kind of double topped up here for today. Still really like that one long term. Doesn't look like it. Let's see. Sofo Lu. Good night from Colorado, United States. Enjoy the weather in Denmark. And TV, yeah, this is Trading View. I knew what you were saying. Like I made an assumption that you were asking me to confirm. And yep, you are correct. Tesla. They're talking about the makeup of hot dogs in Black Box Me and chat. Do you wake up for early movers and news and then wait till later hours? No, I'm usually here. So I usually get up and it's 6:30 my time, so an hour before the market opens for regular hours, and I'll check out stuff that's moving pre-market. Um, you know, a lot of times I like to wait like 15 minutes and let things kind of shake out and give me a direction before I jump in. But then there's other stuff like ZM. We had an awesome trade on ZM, um, and awesome trades on Splunk right after earnings. And like both of those, I literally jumped in um, on. I was already in commons, but I literally jumped in on options as soon as the market opened. So sometimes I will do that depending on the way the chart looks and that sort of thing. But yeah, normally I'm, an hour before the market opens, I'm looking at pre-market movers. I'm looking at the news, seeing the way that things are kind of set up for the day. And, when I see something I like, I think I was in, I don't even know, my first trade this morning. What was it? My first trade this morning happened at 9:30 a.m. So an hour into. Oh no, wait, that's 9:31 Eastern. So literally a minute into the market being open, I jumped in DKS. What has that done? Popped, pulled back, sitting at VWAP right now. But I have calls on Dix out to December 20th. There's got to be a ticker. Yeah, and I'm usually here. Typically, I'm here for like an hour or so after the market closes. Depends on how many people are hanging out. Um, Nathan, what's up? Z Zombo, I don't know if it's important. You kind of have to look at if that ticker typically responds to VWAP or not. So there's like EMAs and the 200 MA and VWAP. I put those on the chart, and if that ticker is responding to that, then I'll use that. If it's not, if it doesn't seem to care, then I don't worry about it too much. I look for, and that's why I have all those different EMAs, and I draw the fibs and stuff because different tickers act and respond and react differently to those different moving averages and stuff. So it's like, all right, I'm going to add them and see which one seems to be playing out, and that's what I'm going to base my trade on. So if you look at the daily chart and you go, okay, well, this thing historically, bounces off a certain EMA or line or whatever, then play that. Play that trend. TV, yeah, sort of. Sort of. There is a bid ask. Yellow, I agree. Like here's an options chain on MO. Like if you can see that, that's what it looks like. That's what the options chain looks like. So you can see the strike price, the expiration. These are this week's expiration. Calls on the left, puts on the right, and you've got a bid and an ask, and there'll be a spread, between them. And sometimes the spread is a couple of pennies, and on stuff that doesn't have a ton of volume, on contracts that don't have a ton of volume, you might see a spread of, a dollar or two. Can I show the, yeah? I mean, that's just a basic options chain in E-Trade. So maybe cup and handle here playing out on PanW. We shall see. You know, I just set up a TradeStation account, Bobby, and I haven't really used it yet, but the tools in there are pretty cool for options. And TV, Jolly, man, there are a lot of people. You don't need a ton of capital to play options. And I think they're less risky than playing low floaters and penny stocks. Well, I know they are, at least from what I've seen over 8.5 years or so. But I mean, look at this. Like, if you're playing, let's say you were playing puts on MO, or like that Palo Alto PanW play, right? The 225 calls for this week, 93 by $1.03. So that's $100. You multiply this by 100. Last trade was at $1. So you're putting $100 in there. And that's for a 225 call for this week. So if this continues, let's say it continues, and tomorrow PanW goes to 223, those calls will probably be worth about $200. So you'll about double your money. Nathan, not something I've looked for, to be honest. There might be. I think the thing that makes options more difficult and more risky is that you really have to be right in direction. Because if the inverse happens and you bought a PanW contract that you paid $100 for, and you bought a 225 call for this week, if this thing opens at 218, if you hold it overnight, you swing it, and it opens at 218 tomorrow, it's going to be worthless at that point. I don't have MOS, Bobby. I don't know what MOS is. I'm not in that. And BMY I'm holding for now. I mean, the BMY, those were December 20th expiration, so they have a little time on them. You got this inverse head and shoulders right here on the 1 minute. Still, holding up relatively well. So I'm gonna hold it for now. If it's not within your risk tolerance, then don't, for sure, because who knows what headline we're gonna get overnight. But on the 1 hour, let's see what we get here. Holding right above that 786 extension and above the 200 MA on a 1 hour chart. So, use that 55, 53. If it does come back to that, that would be my absolute I'm getting out. If it drops below that. But, for now, if you want to play it tight, just, as long as it's riding this 200 MA, you can play it. I mean, to me, this looks pretty bullish, for longer with some, like, we have time on those, so I'll give them a little time. Does the strike price... So are you asking me if the strike or the expiration is more important. Yeah, let's look at the little pullback here on SPY. You see that candle on SPY? That's going to pull some other stuff down with it, as I think what we're seeing. We got drops on Facebook, not on Microsoft. Well, TV, your break even is a factor of your strike price and your expiration, right? So I don't really, the quick math that I do is adding, look at ZM, nice pop. It doesn't give a shit that the market's pulling back. You know, when I'm pricing out these contracts, I'm usually, like the quick math that I do is I go, okay, like ZM, right? We're at 75.45. Okay? So if I look at the weekly expiration, we're at 75.45. If I think this can keep going, I go, okay, well, this week's 75s are 95 by $1.05. So I add that to the price, $75. Okay, well, your break even is 75, you know, let's say you fill it $1. Break even is 76. So that's if you hold it till expiration. It has to be 76 or higher by Friday, right? Well, I'm typically not holding something through to expiration. So for me, it's like, okay, well, it's, you know, right now that's what it looks like. That's at 75.48. If we open tomorrow at 75.70, you know, those contracts, you know, will see some decay overnight. They'll lose some time value. Okay, so we just got a little pop there. Now you're at 75.58, and the contracts went up by a nickel. So that, you know, I'm just kind of like doing the math in my head going, okay, how close does it have to get to the strike price for me to make money on them? And you need to have enough time on them that there is still an anticipation that it could exceed that strike price by the expiration. And that's the key factor, is like, well, is the market going to look at those 75s at $1 and go, yeah, there's a good chance this thing gets over 76 by Friday. And not just above 76, but how far above 76? So there's that balance between the strike price and the expiration and the anticipation. Like, what are the chances that it gets there? Because as the chance of that increases, so does the value of the contract. Where did you strike the oil? Was the well in your backyard? I don't know what you're referring to. If you wait till expiration and it's out of the money, you lose your... Yes, you do. You lose the entire... If it's out of the money, then the contract at expiration has no value. So yeah, you lose the entire... I mean, like I said, if I hold something through to expiration, it's either because I want to exercise and I'm in the money, and I've done that. There's times that I do that. Or because it was like a, you know, $10 YOLO or something, and I either forgot about it or I just didn't care, and it was like, hey, if this thing hits, and I've had it happen where I've been within pennies of something hitting at the end of the day on Friday, and it's like, I'm going to let it ride. Yep, no worries. Let's see. RT LeBlanc, thanks for the follow. Welcome. So TV, I think that's the big allure or the big draw to options too is the amount of leverage that you can control and play on the bigger name tickers without having to buy a ton of shares, a ton of stock to try to play it. Yeah, and give it some time, right? Like it just takes time to understand the way the market moves, like focus on a couple of tickers and get used to the way that they move and pay attention to the contracts and see how those move in relation to the ticker. Another quick calculation is just understanding how much premium you're paying on something. And I think that's important. Um, if you're playing something like an Amazon, for example, those contracts carry a lot of there's two terms that you want to read about, and one is time value and the other is intrinsic value. Like go look at those terms as they relate to options contracts. But if we look at the Amazon chart, this thing's at 1791. Holy shit, 1791 today? I totally missed out on that one. Sort of. I'm in comments, but if you look at Amazon, this week's expiration, and you say, okay, well, Amazon's at 1791. I think maybe it goes to 1800, right? Well, that's a whole number that's going to be hard to break, and you're still paying $6 for that contract. So $600 for that contract, $9 out of the money, $8 out of the money, plus your $6 in premium. You're paying $16 or $15 in premium for that contract because you're still $8 out of the money. So that's, then you have to get to 1806, 1806.50 just to break even. So it takes a pretty big move, for that to work out. Yeah. PNW not happy here going into the close. What do we got? 10 minutes? 10 minutes to go. Yeah, definitely some selling pressure there on PNW. TV a little bit more so if you're swinging things or holding longer dated stuff, then it becomes more important. Yeah, this thing is just dumping at the moment. And now you know why I said lock in some profit when you were up 15%, because of that. That possibility right there. That's why. Yep. It can certainly happen. It can certainly happen. Yeah, we have the OIC comes in and does webinars, usually once a month. They'll come in and do one. Amazon is just taking off right here. So that contract that we looked at that was $6 or $600 is now $700. So you'd be up $100 on that if you bought it at $17.92. In Cypher, man, the position that I have in PanW is pretty small, and I closed out half of it, up 15%. So I'm not too worried about it. There's still some time left in the week. I'm gonna hold for now, but if you don't, you could just wait till tomorrow too and see what it does. Nothing wrong with selling it, getting out. See what it's gonna do tomorrow. CFAB, hopefully you caught. I'm not, so I don't have to repeat it. Hopefully you caught that. Cool. Yeah, I mean, if it's something, if you've got a position in it that you're worried about, then cut it. No need to risk it overnight. I'm personally, it was down here once before. I'm okay with it at the moment. Again, it's not a position that is sizable that I'm going to lose sleep over by any means. Cool. So let's see. TV Jolly, here's another example. And I don't want you thinking that I don't have losses or that this is easy, because that is certainly not the case, right? But HD, this is more a discussion on, the cost and the amount of capital required to trade options. But to give you, this is just an example. HD, the 220 calls out to next week, I bought for $1.28, and they are now pricing at $2.56. So over 100% on a $130 investment. So just an example. And the other thing is you don't have to wait. This is the other thing that I like about options is the volatility in options can crush you, or you can do really well with it, right? But there's a lot of volatility in them. So, you could take a couple $100 and sit in a penny stock or something like that for sometimes months waiting for something to happen, some piece of news or, headline that you were waiting for or whatever, for it to get that pop. You can get the same thing on an options contract in 15 minutes. Yeah, Zzombel, the Greeks are certainly important. However, like for me, I don't look at necessarily, again, if I'm playing something longer term, there's some time that I'll buy like, maybe a 60 delta or 70 delta contract. Um, but, the quick math that I do, kind of gives you how much you paying in premium, what's the break even at expiration, and I watch the contract for a few minutes to see how it moves with the ticks that happen in the underlying security. And that's gonna, when I'm playing intraday stuff and even longer term, that's kind of what I'm looking at. So it kind of, I don't necessarily look at the actual values of the Greeks, but I feel like the way that I look at the contracts, their expiration and the value of them is kind of taking a lot of that, and lumping it in. Just different ways to look at it. And especially like, if you're looking at playing something like either leading into ER or through ER, which I don't suggest, but leading into ER, super important. Thanks, El. It's back above 220. So everything kind of ended with a lot of stuff in it with like a little pop at the end of the day, running into close. And again, like when we saw that early MOC, it doesn't always work out, but a lot of the time it does. It's interesting. Simmons, my pleasure, man. Thanks for hanging out. Hopefully, hopefully you get something helpful out of all this. Apple had a big drop. 1797. So where did those contracts on Amazon close? Those 1800s closed. The last trade was 725. That was a decent drop. Wow. $4. So it closed at 264.29. It's almost at 265. It's interesting. All right, so we're going through earnings right now. I'll let you guys kind of listen into that,
Numbers just
and you can hear kind of how we go through ERs. During ERs, Maria has the floor, so everyone else kind of keeps quiet until the numbers come out. What in the... That was crazy on Apple. So it sounds like Autodesk may be out, but I haven't heard any numbers on them yet. So what I like to do is listen for the
Ooh.
numbers, see the action,
oh.
see the reaction,
It looks like there was just one spike down on Apple.
see the reaction to the numbers, and see where it
Well,
correlates
I mean,
on the
and
longer
we've
term
got
chart.
a big spike on the.
And go, okay, well, Autodesk is popping
Spine
after
Fusion
hours.
after
It's at
hours.
173.46.
Oh, Tommy Tong said something too. Today is technically end of month for rebalancing since Thursday's Thanksgiving.
Maybe
point.
some resistance up here at 174.82.
So maybe just a little bit of rebalancing.
And then up to like
possibly.
180.
Autodesk reports Q3 non-GAAP EPS 78 cents. The consensus was 72 cents. Q3 revenue 843 million. The consensus was 825.77 million.
Guidance must not have been good. Because now it's dropping. Decent sized drop there.
That's a decent beat for Autodesk. Oh, maybe they don't like guidance. Let's see what happens.
That's an interesting chart pattern. Okay, now it just changed. This on Autodesk, this one came in green, and now it's flipped red.
Yeah.
Have a great one, Kang.
Bye, Kang.
Have a good night, ladies. I'll talk to y'all later. See y'all tomorrow.
Bye.
See.
Peace.
All right, Namish, you're here, right?
I think he said he's rebooting.
Okay. He needs to be our third, otherwise we're going to get rice and water.
Mel's here.
Mel could do it. Mel.
Pretty much on par with Kang.
Yeah, see, I see y'all. I was just shutting down. I see y'all got jokes, man. Y'all try to make jokes after I leave. That sucks. Always hating on my rhyme game. That's messed.
Because you rhyme like a white boy.
Y'all wasn't saying nothing when Charlie was saying chicken soup and rice. I mean,
That
come
was
on.
much better than water and rice.
I didn't say water and rice.
You did. You're like,
Right
a
on,
bowl of
Chemo.
water and rice.
No, I said let's boil.
You're welcome.
I said let's boil some
See you
water.
tomorrow.
Get the rice going.
That doesn't even rhyme.
And let's go
Yeah,
out. Let's
Poker
go out
Pro,
back and
it
throw some
sounds like
dice.
those
Come on.
little
These are
pop
good-
and
these
spy
are-
after
these are
hours,
goals, man.
but
Jamal,
again, that
Jamal,
MOC
you want to
to the
sit
buy
in?
side.
Can you sit in?
And
For a
there
third,
was
Come
so
up with a
technically
rhyme,
this is
like black box. or
I think
Going
monthly
three times.
Turn up the
rebalancing.
volume and bump Vanilla Ice.
I like that one. That's a good
I
one.
know. Mel just said that. Oh, you've got one, Mario?
No, I said the one that King just said was a good one.
I know. I'm feeling like a
Let's see
pinata
that.
lately from Teresa. It's
Aww.
like, dang, man, you can't catch a break.
Wait a second. It wasn't just me that was talking about how bad the rhyme was.
I know. It's like, damn, man. It must be a seasonal thing. I must have a calendar or something. Bash King this week or Bash King this month.
All right. Mario, what else do you have for ERs?
Keys reports Q4 EPS $1.33. The consensus was $1.18. They reported Q4 revenue 1.12 billion. The consensus was 1.09 billion. Box reports Q3 adjusted EPS -1 cent. The consensus was -1 cent. Q3 revenue 177.2 million. The consensus was 174.63 million. Box sees Q4 adjusted EPS 4 to 5 cents. The consensus was 4 cents. They see Q4 revenue 181 to 182 million. The consensus was 180.76.
Poker Pro, that does seem kind of weird. Typically they move inverse of each other, but
Keys sees Q1 EPS $1.04 to $1.10. The consensus was $1.05. Q1 revenue 1.045 to 1.065 billion. The consensus was 1.05 billion. Box sees full year 20 adjusted EPS roughly 1 cent. The consensus was 4 cents. They're raising their full year 20 revenue view to 693.7 to 694.7 million from 690 to 692 million. The consensus was 690.9 million. Autodesk narrows full year 20 non-GAAP EPS to 274 to 279 from 269 to 281. They're narrowing their full year 20 revenue view to 3.255 to 3.270 billion from 3.24 to 3.27 billion. The consensus for the full year 20 EPS is 275. Why did they get it out of order? Okay. They narrowed to 274 to 279. The consensus was 275. And revenue, they narrowed to 3.255 to 3.270. The consensus was 3.25. So in line, really. I mean, they're narrowing. That looks like the bottom end of the ranges, but I don't see why they're dropping unless they just didn't like that it's not a guide up. HPQ reports Q4 EPS 60 cents. The consensus was 58 cents. Q4 revenue 15.4 billion. The consensus was 15.27 billion.
here's your after hours movers, post market scan. And I just kind of keep an eye on this at the end of
ViiV
the day
reports
and
Q3
see
adjusted EPS 60 cents.
what's
The
moving.
consensus was 54 cents. Q3 revenue 280.9 million. The consensus was 274.78 million.
Nice beat for
ViiV sees
ViiV.
Q4 adjusted EPS 51 to 52 cents. The consensus was 52 cents. They see Q4 revenue 296 to 299 million. Where the hell did it go? Oh, the consensus was 279.86 million. What is ARR, Teresa?
Ooh, I don't know.
Sounds like a
Autodesk reports
decent
Q3
beat.
total ARR increased 28% to 3.22 billion. Is that like annual recurring
That's what it
revenue?
sounds like, actual recurring
It
revenue.
it could be, yeah.
So there's that could be what's really hitting them is the increase to recurring revenue. Well, no, deferred revenue is what I was looking for. Sorry. I don't know
Annual
what
recurring
ARR is.
revenue. That's what it is.
Oh, sweet. Yay.
When you said that, I thought it was a ticker.
So did I.
Oops, sorry. I
You're
should
like,
have
what is
clarified.
ARR? Like, I don't know.
My bad.
And then look at this
ViiV
crazy guy.
raises
Go ahead.
ViiV raises full year 20 adjusted EPS view to 216 to 217 from 211 to 213. The consensus was 212. They're raising their full year 20 revenue view to 1.088 to 1.091 billion from 1.062 to 1.065 billion. The consensus was 1.07 billion. HP sees Q1 EPS 53 to 56 cents. The consensus was 54 cents. Okay, sorry, go ahead.
I didn't have anything else. It was just all I was saying is look at that.
Yeah.
So we went from 1.7 to buy to 300 to sell and back to what is that? 1.5 to buy.
Wow. But if they are, if it's rebalancing, then that makes sense.
Yeah. But that also explains that pop into the.
Yep.
Nemish, you're here. All right, guys. Maria, are you waiting for anything else to?
We've got VMware and Guess at 4:15, and that'll be it. Dell sometime, but we don't know what time.
Okay, so I'm gonna see if we can squeeze in some questions in between, and you
Yep.
just shout.
Sounds good. Real
All
quick
right,
though.
guys. Does
Hold on,
anyone
real
have
quick.
any questions for Q&A Tuesday?
Teresa, let me just get this HPQ full year.
Oh.
They see full year 20 EPS 224 to 232. Consensus was 220. Okay, now we can Q&A.
Alrighty, guys. Q&A. Anybody have any questions on this Tuesday before Thanksgiving? Because you know what? We're not going to have Q&A Thursday this week because it's Thanksgiving.
So Autodesk guided down for the next quarter, just for anyone that's following that one. So they hadn't given us next quarter's guidance. They see Q4 non-GAAP EPS 86 to 91 cents, consensus 93 cents. Revenue 880 to 895 million, consensus was 897.87 million.
So that's going to hit cloud computing tomorrow, yeah?
Yeah, I agree.
CRM. Adobe's not really doing anything. Okay, no questions for Q&A Tuesday, really? It's totally fine. Just want to make sure. Yeah, SPY is popping in after hours, and so is the Cube. UVXY is also down in after hours.
TV, I do have a Discord. What you're hearing is Black Box, and it's not free. I have a Discord server that's really just used to kind of keep in touch with people that follow the stream. But that's that Discord server right there. You're welcome to join that one. The one that you were hearing is Black Box. And that's where we post our plays. Like, this is the Black Box Discord server. So you'll see these mod rooms in here. These are where we post our plays. People post charts and things like that. I am. Oh, yeah. No, nobody wants to see that. We're going to talk about the rebalancing and the. Oh, sorry. Going on mute. Nope. I actually just want to capture what you say here because I think it's important. Oh, no worries. So Maria is going to talk about the rebalancing and the importance that it has. So when she does that, you guys will hear it because I also want to record it because it gets asked a lot.
So really, the purpose of rebalance is basically for funds and institutional holders to reallocate their holdings just to make sure that their portfolios are balanced. If they have too much exposure or not enough exposure, then they may sell or buy to either increase or decrease exposure to different sectors. That's like a really simple explanation. There is, I know, let me see if I can find a link too.
There's an Investopedia link. I just put right there.
Perfect. It's a really, I've read that one. It's
Just in case somebody wants to do some additional reading later.
yeah. And then what impact it has at the end of the month? I mean, not there's not usually a huge, at least I don't usually see a huge impact either way. You might see some crazy candles into the close or something like that, but above and beyond that, I don't think I've really noticed anything that's super crazy.
Okay. Any other questions for Q&A?
All right. Oh, VMware just reported. Sounds like they're beating a beat. All right, guys. Anybody have anything else they want to discuss or questions or anything? Otherwise, I'm out of here. I gotta go shovel. Is there an indicator? I don't think so, TV. No, I didn't. We can look at Win real quick. I think I glanced at it. Yeah, I did. And Anki was talking about, potential for upside above the 200 on the daily, which 200 was at 2216. It didn't quite clear that, 12216. So she's looking for it to close above the 200 MA on the daily chart. I do like, let's see. I see this support. Get a level of support right in there, which is a pretty big range, right? But it's about $12 in there that I see where there's been solid support. If we look at see if this lines up at all. Thanks, TV. I appreciate it. So right here, this 382 extension, 128.59, acted as resistance. Kind of bumped its head again. I mean, it clearly went through that, several times without hesitation. But you can see where it's kind of messed around in that area. So that's at 128.02 ish, 129. So you may continue to get this back and forth until it breaks through that and decides, to move further to the upside. This is a 4-hour chart. So for me right now, it's at 120. What are we at? 121. I think you got a little room up to 128, but then it gets a little risky, right there. And I like it better down here around 103, for a longer term move. Now, that said, if I also draw the fibs, let's see what the fibs look like. Let me get rid of that. And let's look at just this portion of the move, which started down here 8 October. So if I just use this portion, let's see what we get. Close to kind of like that. So you see where it rejected here at 786. Maybe let it get back through that and use that as support. 123.42 up here. But it did, ran, pulled back just a little. Maybe you see some support right there at 118.97-ish. You can see where that's at. That was previous resistance. You know, you'd want to see that hold as support. So that's kind of what I see is 123.42 resistance right now, potentially, and then 118.94-ish as potential support. You know, if it stays above the 34 here on the 4-hour and gets through that 132.42, you know, maybe you see a little more out of it, but right now I don't like the range that it's stuck in. To me, it's kind of like, you know, right in the middle ground there. Right in the middle of the kind of bigger range. Let's look at a weekly chart real quick. See what that tells us. So still the same area of support and resistance, you know, longer term here on the weekly. You know, kind of right at the top of that. Tons of upside room when it does decide to make a move. Now, let's look at, let me get rid of these. We looked at the fibs on the shorter time frame. And that pulled back all the way. 1 second, I'm being paged. I am here. Sure can. You're welcome. No worries. Yeah, give me just a couple minutes. I'm about done. Okay. So yeah, this longer term support level on this weekly chart, you can see where it consolidated in here, 14 March 2016 all the way to January into February 2017. So almost a year in that range that you're now through, and you know, currently using that as support. So I like that side of things right there. I see, you know, a few different areas that you could highlight as potential resistance on the way up. Kind of right in, you know, this being one of them. Definitely in here where you've had resistance, where it's found resistance twice previously. You know, that was all the way back in 2011, but still an area that you'd have to pay attention to. You can kind of see a little bit right in here. You know, you can see some movement, some consolidation on these moves in there. For something like this, you know, if I was looking longer term for a swing, this is the daily right here, where it is above this 21 EMA, and the 21 has gone through 35, 55, the 34, the 55, and the 89 is now above all of those. Typically, you know, as it starts making its way through, that's a good sign for a bullish move, but, you know, how much of that move has it already made? It did pull back and bounce nicely. I think potentially up here around 127 for a longer term play, long term swing, long term hold. But yeah, this area of support has been really strong right here. So hopefully that's helpful. I'd really want to see it, I think get above that 127.89 area. No problem. Whaler. The nice thing about this is you've got quite a bit of range in here to play with. So, that you like to see that, that ability for it to make those kinds of moves. I do. For me personally, you can play it intraday, certainly. But, look for a level of support and buy there. This isn't a bad spot. That 117.08 wouldn't be a bad spot to try. It's only a few bucks above that, but either 117 or above this 127.89, so you're not stuck in the middle. I didn't see the call sweep. $128 to December 20th for 50 cents. December 6th for 50 cents. $2 for December 20th. Honestly, so $2 for the 128s. I mean, it has definitely the potential to get to 128 pretty quick. And if this move, let's see here. Let's drill into this a little bit further here. So this pullback on the 1 hour chart, let's see. So it's been running for about a week, making these moves up. You could consider on a 1 hour chart that, you could see why, this right here might be looked at as potential support. And if it does bounce here and turn the other way, if it goes back up, it was all the way 124.12. I mean, that was today. So, and pulling back to 121.50, if you pick these contracts up and they're not too expensive, out and you give them a couple weeks and it gets a bounce here and goes back over 124, 125, those contracts are going to get juiced pretty quick. So I could see why they actually kind of like it. Looking at it like this on the 1 hour chart, not bad. But I still think that resistance definitely worth keeping an eye on tomorrow. Kind of like it. Yep. All right. I am out. Y'all have a good night. If you're not going to be here tomorrow, enjoy your Thanksgiving. I will be on at least in the morning. I don't know if I'll be here all day, but and man, CFAB, like, don't pay too much attention to that because I'm not updating it. But L would be long bias, S short bias, N would be neutral. My pleasure, CCAN. You too, Whaler.